Okay, the machine took that profit. I did not. I did not. It did. And let's go and get a while we're flat, meaning we're not long. Well, actually, now we're long. Huh. Okay. Kind of quick there, but let's still go and get a real-time report on where we are for the week. And we'll go do that. All right. So for the week, we're at $3,135.80. The profit factor is 2.61, 3.19 on the long, 1.82 on the short. This does not count the trade it's in right now. We've had eight trades, and we've been profitable in 62.5% of those trades. That is a beautiful thing. The trading period has been 4 days and 11 hours. Percent of time in the market, 65%. The longest flat period, 18 hours and 17 minutes. What else would you want to know? Average time in trade, 8 hours and 50 minutes. So it's not real fast. This is something you just want to run and run and run. That's a beautiful thing. We will be bundling up the statistics on this strategy. This is a beta strategy, and we will be sending it out to our annual members this weekend. We're not going to sit on this. We want them to have this in their bailiwick. That might even be beyond the beta group, because it looks we really like what it's doing. We're on YouTube right now, and I think we probably have Tina. Tina. Maybe not. Maybe we don't have Tina yet. Do we have hundreds of thousands of views? No. Nope. And I refuse. I refuse to put on my caddy suit and start to show cleavage. Oh, that's a scary thought. If you do that, you'll have 500,000 views. Good God. Oh, well. Social media. If you have any questions about trading, don't hesitate. We're going to let you watch. Okay, she took a small loss there. That's fine. That's what we want it to do, right? We don't want any big negative outliers. So we'll get a run on this when it's all said and done. If anybody on YouTube is passing through and you have any questions about who we are, what we're doing, what we're about, don't hesitate. Now the Stinger is a bit of a counter puncher, and so he will be against a swing machine at times, but he's got built-in exits. So I've learned to be okay with it. It's a little sometimes a little odd to watch it because he's will be counter punching this market against the dominant trend sometimes, but totally fine with it. We've been running this since Sunday. We're running at about 3,000 with that little loss that we had. I think in round numbers, we're up about $3,000 for the week. We got a profit factor of around 2.6 to, we're over 2. And we got a healthy winning percentage. And it's also been very, very scalpable. This would be a program that what we set out to do is a program that can just run and run and run. Wasn't sure what the name should be. We're thinking Stinger because it does kind of sting it, which is, the name that we've settled on. But it just is one that we would hope that folks could just turn on and run and run. And some of the other programs that we have, they're very, very good. It's just that you don't want to run them 24/7. This one, I'm thinking we can run, I'm thinking that we'll be able to run it virtually 24/7. Just let this sucker run. In the meantime, the big trade of the day is gold. And we've been saying that gold's really getting down there on a daily, was in panic. At 35 minutes past midnight, gold goes long. And it's probably going to continue to run. And oil is running. But there's a $2,000 trade on oil. The Russell is bucking this trend too. So not sure what to make of this most recent sell-off. It may be just a little pullback. And we may have to go back up again on the dailies and take out those highs again and get some folks to capitulating and hit them yet again. We shall see. If you have any questions about who we are, what we're about, you want us to plug anything else in, let us know. we're gonna stand back and just let the machine do the heavy lifting. Jeff, you'll have to keep me posted on what you've seen, what you've been doing. Jeff has the beta strategy of Stinger. Ken will be getting it to you this weekend, as well as all our members. What's beautiful about this strategy is, she came in there to get that stinger, to get that counter punch. And now that she's in it, she's not going to come out of that in any easy way. And so this is really, between the two, she's really a good match for a swing machine as well. So this we continue to be very impressed with the stinger. And we are on YouTube. We may have annual members floating by, and that's fine. Don't be shy and say hello. But we're going to be bundling this up this weekend and getting it out to everybody. I don't want to sit on it. I really like what I see. I hope you do too. We have what we call developmental stages of strategies, right? Developmental, and which is what this is. And then we have operational results, borrow some military terms. And, so it'll still have a beta designation. It's still developmental. And, because there's some things that we see that we can do, but we don't want to wait to get this out to members, because this has really been sweet. I can give you real time the performance for the week. Now, we turned this strategy on. We turned it on Sunday night, and I did intervene twice at the end of 1 or 2 days, just to flatten it out, take a profit, flatten it out, so I could refresh the computers and turn back on. In both instances, I hurt us. I should, if I had let her run, she would have done even more, significantly more. So I'm going to share with you some of the details right now. So right now, okay, we wrote this morning. Right now, she's taking a small loss, not counting the trade that she's in right now, up 750. She's done $2,513.40. She's got a profit factor of 1.98, which is just fine. It has been up over 5 at some points. Earlier today, it was at 2.6. Now, that doesn't include the trade that we have up there. She's had 9 trades this week, so it's not super active. And it has won on 55%. So it's been very comfortable to watch. We only had 2 losers in a row. The trading period has been 4 days, 11 hours, and 58 seconds. We've been in the market 65% of the time. So she's in there quite a bit, but not always. What else? We can also tell you the average time in the trades. So she's in the trades a long time. She's in the trades on average 7 hours and 53 minutes, right? So you got to really slow down your breathing, your thinking, and just this is not a strategy that, you want to come in at 9 and be out at 11. And that's fine. Those strategies are fine. That isn't this. This is going to be one where it's Sunday night. I'm turning the bugger on. I'm going to let it run all week. That's the idea behind this, and long time coming. So what else can we tell you? Average time between trades is 4 hours. So that's why, because you can be sitting out for 4 or 5 hours, and you've got to know that to be prepared. So we're going to review in detail the performance of this strategy all week in a video. And we will also review the back test. We will also review the optimization of what we were doing, and we were re-optimizing. So if you saw this yesterday and be like, well, why is it changed, Bagger? Why have you changed it? Well, this is reflecting a re-optimization. And I did change the dates a little bit. This is actually 4 weeks since June 11th. But we've been re-optimizing the values, and we like to do that so that we capture the most recent flavor, the most recent tempo of the market that we have. That makes sense. But if you're passing through on YouTube and you're an annual member, bear with me, right? We have some folks that have renewed. So I'm going to be in the office. I'm going to be in the office all weekend. And I'll be here, tomorrow morning, working for Miklos. Miklos has renewed, and I got to get Miklos his files out, and we got a few other folks as well. And but I am going to. My goal is by Sunday night to get this program bottled up, packaged up, even though it's a beta, and get this out to all our annual members beyond even the beta group, because I think they're going to like it. And I've only been running the NQ, which is the craziest of all markets, the most volatile of all markets. And I've only been running it in a certain configuration, and I think it'll run pretty well on other configurations as well. So that is the Stinger. I think you'll be hearing lots about it, and this is a beautiful, beautiful thing. $20 drawdown on this trade. Could I go up there and scalp it? I could. I'm not going to. I'm going to let it run its course. Doesn't take long. You start putting together, I don't know what everyone's goals are. I don't. But it's all scalable. Um, if you're trading a micro and you're making two, three, four, $500 a week, it doesn't take many weeks to really help your confidence. If you're trading a mini and you start making two, three, four, $5,000 in a week with a very comfortable profit factor, boy, it doesn't take many weeks to really say, you know what, you know, and that's it's a beautiful thing. And now if everyone's in a different place, can you add leverage to that? Yeah, you can. So but you do need to know what the characteristic of a particular strategy is, right? So if you don't have the time and you only want to trade like for a couple of hours, I'm totally okay with that. This just wouldn't be the strategy. You would need to choose another strategy, and we have them, right? And we show those a lot. But this one's been fun because I haven't had to do a damn thing. Not a thing. And we're just going to stay out of its way and let it run. Let it run. Any questions on who we are, what we're about, what we're doing? Just put them in the chat room. We're not running a trading room per se. We're not trying to prove an outcome, just trying to give you a glimpse. Swing Machine got long just after midnight. Gold, big winner on Swing Machine. We've been running this particular strategy though all week, the Stinger, and she's now running in excess of $3,500 for the week, and doing really well. And we're not done. We're gonna. And the beautiful thing about Stinger is once she gets into it, she's not coming out. She's gonna keep running, and very comfortable to let it run, and also to watch and learn. Very compatible with Swing Machine too. This particular trading robot is a lot different from any other trading robot. We were tempted to have a name, but we ended up staying with Stinger. I had another name. I didn't want to be sacrilegious with it, but so we stayed with Stinger. But it is designed. The idea was to have a strategy that we could turn on Sunday night and let that sucker run all week, and let it run. The idea is to let it run 24/7. That is the idea. That is the concept. Now it's still in a developmental stage. We're going to get it out. We're going to our annual members. It's going to be beta. We're going to explain all that. And then, so we need to be able to draw a distinction between something that's developmental and, something fully operational. We'll, add features to this, but it's done really, really sweet all week. It really has. And we've been re-optimizing it almost every day. That's why this little window over here keeps changing a little. And we've been, this has a little more data than it did. This is 4 weeks worth of data. The profit factor had been higher, but we're re-optimizing so that we get a really current view tempo on this market. But not including this trade, we were already for the week. We were real time just a moment ago. We had pulled it up. We were running at $2,500 for the week. We had pulled back a little. Winning percentage 55%, profit factor over 2. So, if we were, which we're not going to do, if we were to take this off, we would be to the good 3,700, and certainly a higher profit factor. I did earlier in the week. I think it was on, was it Tuesday? It was in track holiday week. I did clip an order at the end of the day on 2 days. And I did that because I wanted to be able to reboot the computer and then just let it restart. And I didn't have it assume real world position when but we continued to track it. And in both instances, it would have gone on to do much, much better. In fact, I'm trying to think, I think it was it yesterday, not yesterday afternoon, but the day before, we took off a short, and had we left it and let it do its thing, it would have stayed short all night and into the morning. So we would have been up significantly more. I'm talking significantly. I mean, if we're up 3,700 real time now for the week, we would have been 6,000 to 7,000 up for the week. It's done really, really well. It has technical exits, but it does not have any profit targets or stop losses in it. And sometimes those things are fine, particularly for short duration trades, but we didn't want to put those in because we didn't want to introduce noise. And we're going to describe that to our members in a video, but it does have breaks to it so that we won't, ideally, keeping the close tabs on it, ideally won't have negative outliers. Though the average losing trade this week is $600, but we can have some really fat winners, and that's exactly what we want. And for those that are on YouTube, again, this image has changed, and change depends upon how much data we've actually compressed. And in a back test, the reason why we back test is a couple. One, we want to know how robust something is, but also two, we want to be able to capture the tenor or the flavor of the market for the inputs that are in the strategy, and it does have inputs. One should not be using a back test, measuring every single individual trade or setting their expectations hard and fast on something, because we may do much better, and we are doing much better than this particular back test. This goes back 4 weeks, which is probably a little bit too much. Now we are up and over. The average winning trade is 1139, and we're at 1260, right? So a person could, if Tina's here, she could say, hey, something, this thing is up and over my average winning trade. If this thing falls back to that amount, maybe I take my profit. Maybe I take my profit here. I'm totally okay with that. Is when someone becomes engaged, with their performance, and they want to do that. I'm not going to do that. We're going to continue to let it run, but one could, right? Here's the average winning trade right here, 1139.68. On the long side, 1211. And where are we? 1240. Right there. Average winning trade. Because this thing might come back. It could come back. But we'll let it play out. Hey, Tina. Tina says she's taking the 1,200 bucks. Brutal. I don't want to trade against Tina. That'd be brutal. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. And then just sit back and wait for the next one. Nothing wrong with that. If anyone has any questions on YouTube, just let us know. And again, Tina's taking her cash. That's all right. That's good. Why would she be doing that? Because the machine is telling us over the last 4 weeks, the average winning trade is 1139 actually 1211. We're right there. We're right there. So, why let it come back? Yes, could it run and do 2, 3,000? Yeah, it could. It could, so, but if you're engaged and what the trading characteristics are over the last month, and it'll vary, next month it'll be different, and you know what they are, and you know what you're doing, and you know where you are, and you start making decisions like, you know what, I'm taking that. I'm going to take that. I'm going to take it. Puts you in a whole different class of trader. Puts you in an informed position, managed position. Now, we're not trying to demonstrate an outcome here, so we're letting it run, but we're also taping this too for the purposes of folks on YouTube. We're taping this because not all of our members can be here every minute of every day and have that many hours. So we'll tape it, compress it, and then share our not just the code and the strategy, but also our perspective and settings and whatnot, and give them a chance to um, run with it themselves. Right? If anyone has any questions that might be passing by on YouTube, feel free. This is stockmarketcaddy.com. We have been running this strategy. Folks wanted to know how long we've been running this strategy. We've been running the strategy since Sunday night when the market opened. We're currently, if we were to include that trade that is up there now, we're net positive about $4,000. Are trading one in Q. We've had a winning percentage close to 60%. We're running a profit factor over 3, and we're doing it fully robotic. There were 2 trades that we brought to a close at the end of 1 or 2 days there, only to reboot our computers. It turned out, we would have been better off just letting them run because we cut our profits off. Strategy easily could have produced several $1,000s, double, I think really double what we had, because we missed the short trade the other morning because we had closed out the day before. We are mechanical robotic traders, and this is a beautiful thing. Now, this little window over here, this is a back test, and it gives us a number of things. It gives us an idea of how robust a particular strategy will be. What it does not give us, right? It does not give us a guarantee, right? So a lot of folks, despite the fact that we say this, they want to, a back test, shows such and such, and that's what I need to have. That is not realistic, whether it be with us or anyone else, because what's happened in the past may or may not happen in the future. These back tests can tell us how robust a strategy might be. What is the likelihood that we will make money? What might the trading characteristics be? From there, it can also do something else, though. When we optimize our inputs, we can look at the details of the backtest. And when we optimize, we're not just trying to get the best backtest. Sometimes we will forego a result on the backtest to maybe slow something down. When we optimize, we're trying to get the current flavor, the current tempo of the market, not what the market was doing 6 months ago. Folks get a little crazy, I think, with these back tests. We don't want to be trading intraday. And, I'm not interested in what the market was doing on the 3rd week of December last year. It is not the same market, right? It isn't. And now if we're dealing with dailies and weeklies, monthlies, maybe you want to go back some years, but and when we optimize, again, we're trying to capture the current flavor. And so we have to stay, in the current. So this shows us the back test, but I can run a report that will give us what we've done this week. And so the profit factor isn't 1.41. We've actually done more than twice that. We actually should have done even better, but it's well over 3%. Our winning percentage is close to 60%. And so we're doing much better than the back test. Now, does that mean we're going to do it next week? Maybe not, but we're going to be in the game. That's for sure. And our members will be too. And but if there's any questions, don't hesitate. This is a beautiful strategy because once she's in it, she's in it. She's not coming out of that. Now Tina's here. Tina took her money at around 11 or 1200. So now I'm saying this in jest. Oh, there's Acer. Yeah, how you been, man? Oh, you have no problem. So Tina went in, and when we were at $1,200, she said, "Hey Don, the average winning trade is 1139, and I'm at 1,200. I'm taking the 1,200." Okay, well she's got her 1,200. She's got it. Um, Now she could have maybe used swing machine to get back in and use something else, but the strategy wouldn't have been it, right? But Asa asks us, "Happy Friday. Missed my setup this morning, so no trades today for me. Thanks for sharing consistently." No problem. What a difference from S&P, Nasdaq, since they follow each other so closely. What a major difference from S&P, Nasdaq. Yeah, they all follow each other. Yeah, Fridays, I identify with that, Acer. Um, Generally, we like to have money in the bank come Fridays, and, not even trade on Fridays. We've had a great week. We look at the swing machine. Let's see, the 5 minute interval, 9:55, 11 a.m. Yeah, 8:45. The Dow is lagging. And then now the Russell, though, has been the big one, the risk appetite at 9:20. And then, but really the short on the VIX was at 8:30, which was telling us that the market's probably going to have a northerly bias. But the strategy is doing its own thing. And when it took the long, it made a couple of attempts to get long. It had a small loss, and then it turned right around and got it again. And it was against a swing machine, so it was a little uncomfortable to watch. But look at that sucker go now. Let's give Acer some insight to the back test. So not the back test, excuse me, the actual. So we're going to run a report, and we're going to go back to July 3rd, right? And let's generate this report. So we have, not counting that position that's up there, not counting that. We're in the house with $2,513.40. We have, this is for the week, profit factor 1.98. Total number of trades, not counting the one that's up there, 9%. Profitable, 55%. Average winning trade, 1,015. Average losing trade, 641, right? So there's the edge, right? The edge, the winning percentage, the winners over the losers, all good. Maximum consecutive losing trades. We just had 2 in a row. So that's psychologically very good. Let's take a look here. Trading period, 4 days and 11 hours. Percent of time in the market, 65%. This is in there a lot. Let's see here. Average time in trade, 7 hours and 53 minutes, right? So this is, really, this is not a real active trader. We got plenty of those. We got tons of those. This is really slowing it down. Average time between trade, 4 hours, right? So this isn't one that you wouldn't turn this on a Friday morning, right? And go, try to get some trades in. We have programs that you could do that. You could turn on something, maybe swing machine on a 1 minute, and you're going to get, half a dozen trades in a given day. But this is much, much slower. So that's a beautiful thing. So we're currently up. If we were to close this trade right here, right now, we'd be good for the week, $4,500 on one mini contract. And I did intervene or disengage the robot twice. And when I did, I took a profit. And in both instances, I hurt our performance significantly, because it was the other morning, I think it was yesterday morning, when the market was down, we were still flat from the day before, and we would have been up thousands. So Had I run it just full tilt and just let it keep on going, I think we would be up, $8,000 or more. Is there any guarantee that I'm going to do this next week? No, no, there isn't. The only thing that you can be certain of is the uncertainty of it all. If anyone has any questions, good to see you though, Acer. Anyone has any questions on what it is you're seeing, or you want us to plug anything in, let us know. I won't bend everyone's ear. It's been a short week, but a good week, real good trading week. I still think the market, the overall people want to know, what, the market's going to do and, kind of look at it. If you're a swing trader and you're trading options and swing trading from day to day, you probably should not even look at the intraday action. I know we have a lot of members that do, and I know a lot of retail folks do. Probably should not even do it, right? If you want to trade intraday, and you can trade intraday carrying things overnight, especially in the futures markets where, the markets are open and you can have machinery on it. And so if the shit hits the fan at 2 a.m. and you're sleeping, you can at least have a certain degree of confidence that you're going to be out of the trade or in the other direction. So you learn to work with that, and you can certainly do that, which is comforting, right? Otherwise, if you're in stock, I mean, you're going to get wherever it opens, at 9:30, on Monday morning. I mean, what happens if you buy Apple, and you put $50,000 in Apple, and and the shit hits the fan over the weekend and the market gaps down 10%? It can happen, right? You can have something called limit down. It can happen. It's happened to me because I didn't know. I tell the story. It's a true story. I haven't traded the stock since. It was in oh God, it was a while ago, but I bought 1,000 shares of Boston Scientific on what intended or was supposed to be an intraday trade, 1,000 shares. And it was trading at about like 42 or 43. So it was like 42 or $43,000. And about, I swear to God, about 15 minutes after, and I don't plan on being in this thing, but for a few hours, about 15 to 20 minutes after I bought the damn thing, it like stops trading. I'm like, what in the world? I'm like, the market's still open. Is there something wrong with my computer? And suddenly, I remember saying, like, Donnie, there's a trading halt on Boston Scientific, literally 15 minutes after I went in it. And I hadn't even been trading the thing a whole lot. I mean, I was like, what are the odds, right? I got to pick this one. And so they had a trading halt. This isn't this week, right? This is years ago. But I did not know this could happen. And I mean, I knew they could have trading halts, but they halted it for the rest of the day. And it said that the CEO had put a halt. The CEO had put a halt on the stock because there was something material to come out. Okay, well, for Christ's sakes, release it, right? Well, it'll be released tomorrow. No, nope. It was on hold, and so I couldn't get my money out because it's not trading. And I don't know what the material news is. Of course, I'm long, and it's probably not going to be good. It's not that somebody's going to buy the stock. Couldn't have been that, right? No. No, and also it's a speculation. Nobody cared. That wasn't reported on CNBC. Nobody really cared, but I got about 40 something grand tied up in the thing and all the angst. And we ended up stretching over a weekend. I was so fit to be tied. I'm calling Boston. I'm actually calling, leaving messages for the CEO, like he gives a crap, right? He don't give a crap about the shareholders. CEOs don't give a crap about shareholders. They're a pain in the ass to them. They just liquidity. They just money for them. But long story short, after about a week and a half, they open it, and it wasn't pretty. Thing gaps down about $5. I lose about 5 grand. I banged out of it, and I said, okay, that's fine. Live and learn. Didn't know they could do that necessarily. That maybe for a little bit, right? And never traded the stock again. Never again. Never. I wouldn't buy a share of that stock. Not a chance in hell. But they can do that. 9/11, God forbid, 9/11, the stock market was closed for 5 days. I don't know if anyone remembers that, but it was for 5 days. They were doing everything they could to get it open. In the commodities market, it happens a lot. You can have what they call limit down or limit up. So say you go, well, I don't know, say you go, long coffee beans. And suddenly a news story comes out that in your long, the coffee bean field in Brazil has got a bug or something, and they start getting hit. Well, they if the market is going to limit down more than 10%, the next day it'll open like for one tick and then just close. Maybe you get out, maybe you don't. And then it can limit down again and limit down again and limit down again until ultimately there are buyers lining up on the other side. So it's not inconceivable to get trapped in something if, especially if you're holding it when the market is closed, right? Now, even in the S&P 500, or the NASDAQ or the Dow and everything, and all these people who have all their retirement monies in there, they may have stops in there. And they think, oh, well, I'm going to get a stop, because I mean, the S&P is trading, I get the SPY, and I got, $10 million in the SPY. And, but I got to stop, if the SPY hits 425, I'll be out. Well, not so fast. God forbid, but if anything ever happens over a weekend or over a night when the market is closed, something catastrophic, and the market gaps, they'll open it for a tick and it could gap down 10% and then just close the rest of the day. And if your stop is 5% higher, you're still in it. And they could gap down again and gap down again and gap down again. So they could take 30, 40, 50% of your value in 3-4 days. It can happen. Theoretically, is it going to happen? Not likely. Not likely. You can't be afraid of it, but person I think should be aware of it. I've seen, if you've been around the markets long enough, and I'm always humbled by them because they can do some things that you never thought possible. There was a situation where now we would not have been buying, but oil was getting crushed and crushed. This is only a couple of years ago, if that. And oil was getting crushed and crushed and crushed, going down, down, down. And it was trading at about like $20 a barrel. And right here, the CL. And it was like at 20 and it was going to 19, 18, it's like $1,000, a tick, not a tick, but a buck. And there's all sorts of speculation that it was like going to go to 10. So you wouldn't have been in there, swing machine was short. You wouldn't have been in there. I wouldn't have been buying it. I wouldn't have been shorting it, on this particular day, because it was very volatile, but it was very bearish. But it started to melt. This isn't a futures contract. And it got down to like 10, 9, 8, 7. Like, what in the world? And it just started melting. And the thing of it is, it was doing it up against an expiration period. So what happens if you're long, your contract is expiring, you got to get out of it. You got to get out of it. And oil did something that I didn't even know that it could do. It went negative. And it went negative like 20, 30 points. Meaning, now this wouldn't have happened in a trade station. I believe they would have just closed people out because you can't take delivery of any of these futures contracts. But on other platforms and when you are buying and selling a futures contract, there is the potential that they're going to deliver a load of lumber to your yard, or a load of corn, or or deliver cattle to your yard. So you don't exactly, but what happened was there was um there was such a glut of oil. This is around the COVID days. There was no place to store it. So nobody wanted oil because they couldn't store it. It just is on all the world markets. I mean, what are you going to do? So are you going to take a delivery of the oil and put it in your swimming pool? And so people that were along, they had to get out. They had to get out at any cost. They actually had to pay. They had to pay the market to get out, which is crazy. I did not know it could do that. You know, Live and learn. But so there's some advantages to staying very nimble. We got a view on the market right here, right now. When we're sleeping, if we're have positions on, the machines are monitoring them. We got safety setups as well. We also trade in proportion. We don't get greedy. That's just one mini contract up there. That's one mini. The amount of margin that is required to trade that mini is about $1,800 at these hours, right? In the after hours, it's much more. But if a person had on a micro, you'd be up to 14, 210. If you had 10 of them, yeah, you're up 20,000. But if you can be over leveraged or under capitalized, even with six figures. You can put on so much leverage to be overdoing it. So the strategy now we're really now Tina, and we're just not picking on Tina, but Tina, if she was following this strategy, and she said she was, so she said, hey, I'm taking my money at 1,200. Okay, she's out. She's following the strategy, right? And she's out. And I said, I'm staying in. I'm staying with it. One of us is going to come out, ahead on one given trade. But what Tina knows is that, and I know is that, over time things will balance out. But at least, she said, hey, I'm in. Or I'm out, and I got my $1,200, and that's good. I'm good with that. That works for me. What you don't want to do is start, moving around now and say, oh man, I could have got in. I get back in, and I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. And you start looking at this and looking at that, and start, you don't have any kind of discipline, So, any case. Members, we're going to, I'll be in the office much of the day. I always share with YouTube. You're always welcome to call from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. 813-758-8263. I'll be in the office, much of the weekend. We have a number of folks that are renewing annually, so I've got to get caught up and start sending them their files for the coming year. But I do want to get this beta strategy out to our annual members. So during the course of the year, we'll be working on new things, and we're going to be working on this one too, right? And so we will capture the performance of this, some observations for them, and hopefully get it out to everybody so they can begin to work with it a little bit themselves. Maybe on other markets, maybe in other configurations, it's like a force multiplier here. If you have any questions, let us know. And it's a beautiful thing. If you're looking at swing machine like on the minute, one needs to be skilled at it because it doesn't win on every single trade. But you know, if you want to be adept, or I want to say adept, you do need to be adept at trading it. But if if you want to be real nimble, you want to be trading quickly, which is not what we were doing this week, and you'll be trading the 1 minute. We can do that. You can do it visually, you can do it mechanically, we can do it robotically. We can now set up situations where, you know, the 1 minute is trading based on what the 3 and the 5 minute are doing. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Um, and in having that capacity to write a strategy, or not write a strategy, but have a strategy to do that, we then can look at the back test results of something like that. And maybe the back test will tell us, maybe the 135 isn't the best configuration. Maybe it should be 2 minute, 4 minute, 7 minute. Maybe it should be. And so then we can begin to use it. Now we set this up the same each and every day because it just, keeps it more consistent. But a person could do that for sure. So this little writing here, that was from earlier this morning. So we're well past that now. This strategy is now, for the week, it's probably over three. We're in excess of $4,500. And we'll update this, at the end of the day here, or once this thing gets flattened out again. I could intervene. It's kind of tempting. I'm looking here at the 1 minute. It looks like she wants to dip. We're running over two. The average winning trade is 1139. We're two times over that. I think I'm going to join. We're going to exercise some good discipline here. We're going to go ahead and I'm going to disengage the robot. And when I do that, it says, well, you got an open position. What do you want to do? I'm going to close it. And we close the position. And that is our profit for the day. Now I can go back and turn the strategy on, but it may not get another order today. I mean, if it might, may not. And there's really nothing for me to look at to determine that. Now, Swing Machine will, be presenting plenty of orders. So let's update this. Let's look at the results here. So I'm gonna delete that. And so let me pull up a report. And I'm going to go back the whole week. So how much have we done? Okay, so trading, I think you'll find this interesting. Now, please know, right? And I'm not saying this, I mean, this is, it's important to understand. I think we could have done better, but this doesn't mean that we're going to do this next week, and the week after that, and the week after that, right? But so SMC, Stinger trading robot results for week at we're going to say 12:30 p.m. Friday. Okay, so let's see if we can do this here. All right, so everyone wants to know, what is the net? Now I think we we got in the way. I think we should have done much better. But trading one mini, 4,651. What was the profit factor? Right, we're all about profit factor. 2.81. So we made $2.81 for every trade we put on. That's very healthy. Let's see what else. And the winning percentage. Well, how many trades? So how many trades? There were a total number of trades, only 10 trades all week. And winning percentage, which we don't really put a big value on, because we could make that much money with a winning percentage of 33%. But what did we do? We actually did 60%. So that's really, really good. And what else can I tell you? Maximum consecutive, I'm not going to put it in there, maximum consecutive trades 2, and trading period 4 days, 11 hours, right? So, and there we go. Now we'll continue to run it. We'll let it run. I'm okay with it, but best practices, stop. Don't do any more trading. You're done. Especially on a Friday. And so SMC's thing, a trading robot results for the week, 12:30 p.m. Friday, shit, I screwed it up. What was that? 4,600. I'll put a number in there. I messed up. Sorry. I'm just going to put a number in, like a 5 or something, so I don't have to retype the thing. Zoom is. So I think I'll say 5. I think it was 15. That makes sense. I just don't want to have to retype all that. This, we're writing this with Zoom. There, okay, more or less. $4,600. So you do, have a few weeks of that, and feel pretty good about your trading. Biggest concern I'd have is becoming euphoric, having a sense of becoming bulletproof, beginning to say, well, then I guess then I'll add leverage. Instead of doing 4,000, I'll do 12,000. I'll do 30,000. I don't think that's a good idea for the new person. I would wait. So I'm going to climb up, but I'll let you watch, and you can see swing machine anyways. And the strategy is still, right? Did I turn it back on? I did. So it's up there. I don't know. I don't know if it'll trigger or not. And it's very, very picky. The stinger. And again, for those that are coming through, if, maybe you don't have that kind of time, maybe you don't have, and maybe in the beginning, it'd be difficult to let something run 24/7. I mean, you've got to be nearby because, power can go out, market can dramatically change, you got to, so you got to kind of go slow. You got to, walk before running or crawl. But if you want to trade, for an hour or 2 a day, this isn't the strategy. We have other strategies that can certainly do that and trade that quickly. But you've also got to practice that, right? And it is not, the easiest endeavor. Everyone wants to trade. The thought is we trade real quickly and remove risk. You don't remove risk. You can mitigate risk, but you don't remove it. Can't be removed entirely. You can't corner the market. You cannot trade so fast that you win on every single trade. And but it can be mitigated. But when you're trading something really, really fast, and and you're doing it for an hour or two a day, that's all you want to do is an hour or two a day. You don't want to be trying to do it 24/7. If that, you don't want to misuse the particular program or strategy, right? Just like those fighter jets, right? Those fighter jets, they only carry so much gas, and they're high performance, and they do what they do, but they can't. There's certain other, bombing missions they can't do. They can't fly, across the ocean. They only burn for a little bit. So if you're the pilot and you're going to, try to do something, too much, then you may not have a good result. And you might say, well, what kind of a crappy plane is that? Well, there's nothing wrong with the plane at all, nothing wrong with the strategy. You're just trying to do too much with it, right? This is going to be, I think, and I think this particular strategy, the Stinger, we got others, but this I think is going to be a really nice strategy for new members. I'm going to probably ask them to, you know, get a view on this. I believe, so. What we do is during the Q school, we control the view. So we have a discussion with you and what you're trying to do too, by the way, like before a Q school, and a person says, well, this is the amount of time. We have had members say that, right? That, I'm only going to be able to trade from literally, I remember there's one gentleman, he said like from 8:15 to 11:30. That's the only the time I have. And I need to practice that time. Um, and he also wanted to trade a specific market. So we work around that and then help set up a view on a dedicated Zoom feed for the person to trade that that time that time level, that view, and we change it, as time goes on, and we see how they do, and they see how they do. Now, I do think that in time, maybe they could broaden that and also broaden it to other markets. And it looks like, I may have left some money on the table, and that's fine too, right? May not have been, but I'm playing the probabilities as Tina was doing earlier, right? We asked, Tina was here and I said, okay, well, she's at, 1,200, the account was at 1,200. The average winning is 1,200. So, hey, I'm taking it. Okay. I stay a little bit longer. We get to 2,400, now I'm up 2 times over that. That's probably, yeah. Could we go 3 or 4? We have that positive outlier, that crazy? Absolutely. And you will have them. What you will have is what we want is positive outliers during the course of the week. A week, you will get them. No question about it, in my view. If you're trading disciplined and mechanically during the course of the week, you won't get them all, but you will get a few. What we've got to make certain of, though, is you don't have any negative outliers. Zero. It's the negative outlier that destroys you, and your confidence, your trading ability. You can't have them. And we work on that over and over again, and with the mechanics of it. I would rather a trader be breaking even for an extended period of time than he's trying to ascertain his, trying to get his trading legs than experiencing negative outliers. Don't want any of them. Zero. There's no reason to have them. Swing machine is a beautiful thing to watch, though, isn't it? I wish we were trading it. It is beautiful. It is so pretty. It's like our dashboard, right? It's our dashboard. We don't need to, no macro babble. And see what happens is, for the swing trader, I still think the market, on a swing basis, on a daily basis, even in the face of this, right, that it's still going to be to the downside. There are some reasons for that. I don't, but that is swing money. That is daily money, right? This action intraday to the uninitiated or the new swing trader, this is what they get caught up with and get demoralized then. Like, oh man, I got short yesterday in the market running. Oh man, you know. Hopefully they structured it right so that it really, won't. It's not that it doesn't matter. It's just that, if the risk is defined, it'll be what it'll be. But it makes sense. But intraday is a beautiful way because if you're on a bombing mission, if you went, if you're trading it, we'll look at swing. Let's mark this up together. We look at first the VIX. So we look at the VIX right here on a 5-minute interval. Oops, let's get that a little darker so we can see it. Right here, it goes short at 8:30. Well, that would have been a warning. That would have been a warning that the market is likely to run. Now we can tell and discern, and we can actually get a trade count too, by the way, how many 1-minute trades. I've got it hidden here, but it'll record how many 1-minute trades there have been and all of that. We can drill down on that. But this one, if we were to mark it up, we'll just stay with the 5-minute. The 5-minute interval. The 5-minute went long on Swing Machine at 9:55. So there was plenty of time. In fact, I think we were maybe live here at this point when it was just starting to go. And if you took it long here on a 5-minute, yeah, you are in fact up $1,000. On the 5-minute in Q, it was 11 a.m. Plenty of time. 1900. The Dow, we were here, I think, and it was kind of struggling, but it finally got going too, because they'll get them all, right? It's a commodity. Might as well these markets, they might as well be coffee beans or lumber or we don't trade pork bellies. I don't know if there are pork bellies anymore, but silver or gold or oil. It's just a commodity. The individual stocks are a distraction to the real game, in my view. Sorry, but they are. I mean, you can make money on them. The Russell was at 920, 1600. So there's 1,000. I almost never short the VIX. I don't want to be short the VIX, God forbid, when a plane hits a building. So that wouldn't be good. I will buy the VIX, but I never short the VIX. We can get long, we can short the VIX by getting long. But here's 1,000, there's 1,800, there's 2,800, 3,200, almost $5,000 in profits. This is the GC. Now this is at 35 minutes past midnight. And in fact, I think I was still up at that time. And that was 1,500. And then oil is at 950. So another description that we like to use for swing machine is it's kind of like a fish finder, right? Hopefully you have a summer camp someplace and it's sitting on some big, beautiful lake and you're going to go out and go fishing. If it's Lake Winnipesaukee, where are we going to go? It's huge, right? Even the coves are huge. So if you're on your boat, you got yourself a little fish finder, or you go into a bay or into a cove and it'll tell you where the fish are. Kind of cheating. That's what Swing Machine is doing. I don't know if any of our members are long right now, any of our annual members that have this tool on their desktop, but I can tell you one thing, they're probably not. They're not short. No, I mean, they wouldn't be, so that's where Swing Machine it acts as a fish finder, helps you try to get over the fish. Your job is to get the fish in the boat, and we will work with you during the Q school to try to help you get those fish in the boat. Now, what we also have to guard against, though, is there are going to be some days and the fishing's just going to be great, right? And they catch a whole lot of trout. Then there's going to be a day that's not going to be so great. And you're like, well, why not? They were biting yesterday, right? It's the same damn thing. And you just have to know, and like, okay, well, just enjoy the day. Enjoy the day out on the river or the lake. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day in the market. They're buying. It's a hatch. and not get, hopefully you don't beat yourself up if you go out for a beautiful day on the lake or the river and you go fishing and you don't catch any fish. You don't beat yourself up. You still have a great day, right? Beautiful way. I don't have to travel. Don't have any conference calls. Don't have any paperwork. I don't have a boss. I don't have to listen to the media, and I don't. I listen to a few people just because it's noise, on the podcasts, at night as we're doing our programming, but otherwise nothing. I don't need anything. I don't want anything. I don't want any macro babble bouncing around in my head. Those guys will kill you. The hockey captain up there. Oh my God. Some of those people don't trade their own money too, by the way. It's an investment service of sorts or whatever. We don't do that. We're not a broker. We're not a financial advisor. We don't provide investment advice and none of that. We don't make specific recommendations to buy or sell anything. We don't make any claims. No. Nope. We've come on here during the summer months. In the fall, we won't, that's for sure. We won't have the time, but during the summer months, we do a little bit more of the YouTube thing to create some awareness. And we just kind of show you real time what's going on. Some people that works for them, some people not. I can jokingly say, I'd love to show you one of the emails that I got from somebody who says, what the hell do I want to follow you for? He sent me a nasty note. You don't even make any recommendations. You don't make any claims. Why the hell you even get on YouTube? He was nasty as hell. Obviously, those people we don't want. And They can go wherever they can go. We need those people though. We need them in the market. We do. They provide liquidity. We need them. So, you know, I'm glad he's, putting his money in the market. We need it. Don't want everybody doing what we're doing. Oh, God, that'd be brutal. They get caught in a mindset, and I get it. It's difficult too. I know what you've been told. I was told the same thing. I was. Can't time the market. It's not about timing the market. It's about time in the market. I love that one. If you had owned, you could have been in the market, but if you missed the best 10 days in the last 10 years, you would have only done such and such versus such and such. Oh, okay. What about if you had missed the 10 worst days? They never really say that. If you're only supposed to buy the market and never sell the market, well, then who is selling the market every day? Oh, Merrill Lynch and those guys. Oh, okay. But you're not supposed to, right? Mhm. They. Okay, so I'm going to step out for just a moment. I'm going to let you watch. That's one of the nice things too, right? When this is all automated, um, I'll be back to answer any questions. So if you post a question and I don't respond right away, I'm not ignoring you, but I got to take Ted for a quick pee, and I'm going to have a little lunch with Susan. Um, if the conditions on the strategy are met such that it wants to either get long again or short again, I'm talking about the stinger. Talking about the stinger. That's what this has done here. And this is just today. This is just since midnight, right? For the week, it's done 4,000, approximately about $4,600 for the week, a profit factor of 2.81, 10 trades, winning percentage 60%. That's what it's done. Not saying that's what it's going to do next week. I'm not saying that's what you would do. I can't, right? We can't. We can't do that. It's dynamic as hell. Um, we did intervene though, too. We did it live. And and I can say that we didn't help it. We should have done better. So next week, I'm not even going to want to do, too much intervening. Less, even less. So I'll be back though if there's any questions. You're welcome to email us. You're welcome to call. And it isn't for everyone. And if you are thinking of the Q School, please let us know what your dates are. We have a dedicated Zoom feed, potentially a third, but we only do 2 to 3 people at a time. It's very individual. And we want to make sure that we have the time. We also want to make sure we would like to speak with you over the phone to make sure that there's a good match. We're going to spend, quite a bit of time together. You want to make sure that you're comfortable. We do too. And we're going to take that extra time, slow the process down so that you can know how to work these things. I'll be back. Okay, so we haven't had any more stinger trades, and it gets to be 2:30, 3 o'clock, we'll turn it off. But if in case one should slide by, it's not real active, so it's not looking, to be. It's very, very picky, so we may not even get one. Swing machine is still doing its thing. It's rising. Let's just look here. Yeah, we're still short the VIX, but it's rising against the VIX, so we might start to see a little bit of selling, a little bit of profit taking. You'll start to see it slide in on the 1 minute. The 1 minute is up 1400, 2300, 735, 375, 280 on the short side on gold now. So gold is actually, coming in, and then oil. So you really can't get married to, a viewpoint as a trader. We got to be able to be moving left or right like a shortstop. You can't, you might be able to shave a step or two, but you got to play your position, and that position is trade. We're also getting some weather rolling in Tampa, typical summertime pattern here. So if this abruptly comes to an end, I'm not being rude. It's just that we may have lost power. It's getting pretty dark. Hope not. So I'll go ahead and write in, let me do this. See if I can write in here. I'll do it in yellow. So our profit for the week, let me make it smaller. Let's see about this, is 4,651. No, I got it wrong here. Hold on, I can barely see it. 651. And our profit factor, so then we get a comparative view, right? Is 2.81. Means we made $2.81. Total number of trades, just 10. I'm taking this from our percent profitable is 60%. We got oh, so 60% winning trades. We had 6, obviously. 6. And losing trades, we had 4. And average trade net profit for 65. I'm going to round it up. I won't put pennies in. Average winning trade was 1202. And the average losing trade was 641. So this can help you and help us, when something's too much, or, if you're using a micro, it's $64, 120, right? It's all scalable. This is actual, weekly, actual. Results. And you want to take the time to do this sort of thing, right? So if you're just coming in every day and just picking up, just trying to pick off trades and not keeping track of what it is you're doing, I think you're getting, not saying anybody here, not saying any member, but I think it's a little on the lazy side. If you're just going out, as a golfer, and I'm just going to go out and hit some golf balls, and you're not tracking and keeping track of what it is you're working on. And, I don't think you're going to get a very competitive game. Right. I think those professional golfers are pretty serious. They probably show up at the same time pretty much every day. They're, practicing and working on certain things. And so they can mark their improvement. Okay, you can see the markets coming in a little bit, and you can see swing machine. These are the 1 minute. We're not suggesting anybody on YouTube start taking these trades. I that's not why we do this, and it's really just to create some awareness. There's a technique for trading these, and just because it says short doesn't mean that it's the most optimum short, or the most optimum long. And you're on delay, right? And you've got to trade with precision, surgical precision, but you can see it coming in across all markets. You can see the 5 minutes starting to rip up on the VIX, and you can see the 1 minute on the individual market starting to come in. Now, that all said, I had to step out for a moment. Susie heard something blow. It wasn't our AC compressor. It may have been someone else's AC compressor. It's so hot. Not ours, thank goodness. At least I hope not. We look at this little signal here. This, if one wanted to do this, it's just that, short periods of time, it's fine to do this. 12 minutes, $225. 12 minutes, 9 minutes, 200, 250, 12 minutes, 140, 24 minutes, 120. So again, and then we slow everything down. 24 trading days. Let's say you take Fridays off. You got 20. If you can come in and make 200 a day, that's $4,000 a month. Probably pay the electric bill in Tampa. God, I'm on it. Tell you what, these guys, I don't get it. Running these AC units and everything, and then people getting electric cars. I don't get it. And we get these power surges and stuff, but that's another story. But so maybe you come in, 3, 4, if mechanically you're trading, maybe you come in 3 or 4, 5, no more than 5 times in a day, and map out your risk reward, get the trade on, and get out. Do you have the discipline? Do you have the patience to be bored beyond tears? And I'm being very, very serious about it, really. I have had to do some things in my life that, as a young person, that just bored the hell out of me. And somehow or another, you get through it. And the way that we trade, the trading itself is very boring. What is much more fun is stock market caddy. Talking to you guys, going through the Q school. It's just much more entertaining. It's much more fun. It's dynamic, it's challenging, it's thought-provoking. Every time we go through the Q school, folks ask questions that I haven't thought of for a couple of years or something, and revisit different techniques and different stuff. It keeps it interesting. But the trading itself, really boring. And true story, I don't know why, I always think about it at this time of year. During college, I worked for the Hyannis Police Department. And they would double their police force, and they would hire college kids if you got on and you had to interview for it. And it was a great job. And they put you through a police academy, believe it or not. Yes, they did give us a gun and all that. But no, we didn't get tremendous response. They kept an eye on us. We didn't get huge autonomy by any means. We didn't get our own cruiser. We would get a post during the day that you had to alleviate traffic congestions or answer questions with the crowds and stuff like that in and around Main Street, depending upon where you were stationed. Of course, my first summer, they didn't even put me on Main Street. I was at the corner of North Street and I think it was Barnstable Road. And about the only cars that came through there was the chief. It was like the back way from his house. And my job, I couldn't believe this. They dropped me off on the corner of North Street and Barnstable Road and said, your job is to look for that. He had an unmarked blue car. And when you see that unmarked blue car, you make damn sure he can get through this intersection. That's your job. And it wasn't even that much traffic. I'm like, okay, I get it, because he was the chief. His name was Neil Nightingale. He was an SOB, I think. I only said hello to him once. He tried to stay away from him, but all the regulars. Well, I was all excited and everything. It was new. When they dropped me off there, it was a hot summer's day. I had my uniform on. The pavement was hot. It was hot. There was no shade. I got to tell you, after about 2 hours, I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. My dog started to bark. The pavement was hot, and I was bored out of my mind. I couldn't, I didn't have headphones. I didn't have a radio. I didn't stand there like I was just so bored. And I'm thinking, how in the world am I going to get through this day? The first day, just 2 hours in, I was just thinking, I got to get through the first day. And then I got to do this. We work 6 days a week because we were trying to, they needed a job done. We were trying to make as much money as we could for college. And the truth of the matter is, we actually work 8 days a week because we would work police details that they didn't want on our day off. So I actually, and it was always around traffic and stuff. I got to direct traffic at the movie. It was a drive-in movie. It was Grease with so I'm an older guy. That's where that was the movies. Oh God. But I was so bored. I was like, how am I going to get through this? I get through it. And then I get home, I stayed with Susie. We were dating in college. I stayed with Susan. She lived on the Cape. And I said, Susie, I don't know how the hell I'm going to get through them tomorrow, the next day. It's so boring. You'll do it, Don. All right. And I did. Fortunately, after, 3, 4 weeks, you know, I think the chief realized he was probably wasting his, manpower having me there. There wasn't much traffic, and they put me someplace else on Main Street, and I had some shade, and I got to, meet some people. So, and it turned out to be that was that. But sometimes you got to do some things that are just absolutely test your patience as far as being bored. Some people can't. You know, I can. Some other ones. So then like later in life, I was in surgery with surgeons, and boy, that could be really boring as shit, man. That could be really boring. You get into a surgical case that's going to last, supposed to only last a couple of hours. And, oh God, I can remember, it would maybe a bariatric case where the guy hadn't done many cases, and it's only supposed to last like 2 hours, and he's fumbling around with the bowel for like, 6 or 7 or 8 hours. Oh, had another one. And that was the other thing too, that, also, surgical floors, they're cement. And they're, when you stand on a cement, well, you guys know, you stand on cement for, extended period of time, your dog starts to bark, your legs hurt, your back starts to hurt. I had a surgeon one time, I won't say his name, but he was in Sarasota, really nice guy. And it was a hernia case, laparoscopic hernia case. It was long, was involved, and he was really good. But it just was going to be a long time. And boy, I got to tell you, I really wanted to. My legs were killing me. My back was killing me. And he said to me, Don, you can sit down if you'd like. And there's a stool over in the corner. Like, nope, no, no, thank you. And he actually said, he goes, you're old school, Don. And I said, well, maybe so. I said, you're the one with the pressure on you. I just, need to be here. And, you're standing, I'm standing. Appreciate that, Don. Sometimes we would interview new people, young people, and they didn't know it, but we would take them into surgery. If they sat down in like the first 15 minutes, they would sometimes wouldn't even ask, it would be some young person. They could bring them into surgery, and their feet would start to hurt and everything else. The next thing you know, they're over in the corner of the surgical suite, sitting their ass down. Of course, I'd go over and tell them, get your ass up. Get up. Of course, they didn't get the job either. So I don't know. This trading, I can't trade this for you. I can't stand on the cement floor for you or on the pavement. I can't do it for you. And you really couldn't pay me enough anyways, but I can't. It's not legal, not licensed to do that. And we don't do that. You have to do that. So it may look really exciting, maybe people were driving by like, how did that guy get a job as a policeman? I'm sure they probably thought that, but it's like, man, this is really boring. you know, being in surgery every day with a surgeon. It was good. I mean, don't get me wrong. They were great jobs. They were very, they were interesting when they were interesting, and they learned different things, different skill sets, very much so, very much so. Um, I don't care what it is you're doing. You know, we got all kinds of different backgrounds. We got salespeople, we got some CEOs, we got some CFOs, we got a lot of software engineers, we police backgrounds, firemen, um, all over the map, all over the map, and it's great. It's great. The only folks that I kind of shy away from are Wall Streeters. Yeah. I don't, we usually don't. It usually doesn't go well, anyways. I did have a gentleman. I kind of felt bad. This was back some years ago, and he pleaded with me. He was from Chicago. He's like, Don, I was a pit trader in Chicago, and I could tell. I mean, he really knew his shit. He really, really knew his shit. And he said, but that's different, Don. When I was trading in the pit, but I can't do this. I don't understand what's going on. I have no idea what you guys are doing. I don't get it. And we don't have the pits anymore. I need to know. And I didn't take him on. Maybe today I would. I don't know. But and the reason was, I said to him, I said, if I called you 3, 4 years ago and asked you to manage some of my money, or or can you explain to me what's going on, would you, let alone forget about answering my questions, would you have even taken my phone call? Not a chance in hell. Yeah, I said I didn't think so. So it's kind of like, why should I, right? The stock market caddy, this is our chance to get even with these bastards up there in Chicago and New York, in the Hamptons. This is our chance. I do think, we couldn't have done this any earlier. I do think 10, 15, 20 years from now, God willing, I'll still be here. But I think this is where it's going to be. I really do. I think you're early. I think you're always, this has gotten so much more sophisticated, so much better than when we started, and the technology and everything. I mean, right? With AI and everything, a lot of these programs, we don't use the word AI, but a lot of these programs are making adjustments while the market is opening and running. It's really, really cool. It's really cool. But I'm not in here, you know, drawing out a whole bunch of trend lines and trying to create a whole bunch of excitement and emotion and everything that everyone else is doing, because it's not what I do. I don't even um I don't even really think about this, right? You just do it. It's kind of like brushing your teeth. You don't really think about when you're brushing your teeth. So I described the thing about being bored. Some people, I have some family members that they just can't sit still. They just can't. Not for like 10 minutes, 5 minutes. What about this? What about that? And forget about the trading. I mean, so can you be bored? Hopefully I'm boring the hell out of you right now. Like, what the hell is this guy rambling on? Um, but it's true. It's true. In the beginning, when we get the view up for you on Q School, and you will be focused, because we will tell you where to focus, and you'll be tired. You'll be really, really good and tired at the end of the day. You really will be tired, mentally tired. But it goes away. You're using, the memory muscle, mind muscle, and it just needs to be exercised in a certain way, you know, you can just relax. So that police job was a great job too, though. By the way, that was a great job. They've screwed it up now. They don't let the kids. I don't even think they put them through a police academy. They got to wear shorts. They don't carry a gun. They got to be. You know, they're just glorified. Tourist information stuff. But that was a great. We had a lot of responsibility at a very young age. It was awesome. It was phenomenal. It was really, really good. Of course, it was a different era, like everything. Even the surgery stuff. I don't know. They've kind of ruined a lot of stuff, a lot of professions, haven't they? I guess, as a country, we really have. We've made. What's really nice about this, though, is no boss, no boss, nope, no travel, nope. Any traveling, it's voluntary. It's what we want to do, so I don't have to sit in those tubes. No conference calls, nope. Um, Not much paperwork, very little paperwork. We do have a little bit of paper, but we're not out to create paper. We only try, we track, we do everything digitally. Um, you can do it just about from any place, right? You can even now do it up in the mountains, or or an island vacation home. You probably need to have the Starlink, which we're looking into. I mean, we got high speed here, but there's some places that I'd like to be that maybe I'd have to use Starlink. And you can put Trade Station up into the cloud. So might have some advantages. So you can do it from any place. And it is not. So please don't make it, right. It is not a 9:30 to 4 p.m. gig job. Please don't make it that. It doesn't need to be that. We have a member that I'm very close with, like brothers. We talk a lot. He's up in Jacksonville, and he will tell me his profit factor, and and then he'll like the icing on the cake. Like, and I was only in the market, Don, for like 13 minutes or something. You know, it's like a little icing on the cake. It We're not going to get it all in one shot. We're not. Could I add leverage? Could we post some obscene numbers? Yeah. Yep. But we would have been around long enough to know we could also run the risk of a sudden, impact. And if you have over leverage, it could present some issues, right? And you got to be prepared for that. And there's a technique for adding leverage, and we do teach it. It's down the road, but there's a technique for that too. Everything is technique. Just like hitting a hockey puck, or hitting a golf ball, or hitting free throws, throwing a football. There's a technique to it. Did you see the viral video? Kind of all over the place. You see the viral video of Tom Brady on the back of a yacht? He's got his kids out on the back of a yacht. If you haven't seen this, you got to pull it up. Really incredible. And the guy who owns the yacht, it's like a $350 million yacht, and he puts up. Hold on. Okay, sorry about that. But so he's on the back of the yacht, and the guy has there's a guy on a jet ski, and he's riding around the back of the boat. So that he throws Tom, his buddy on the boat, gives Tom the football and says, "Hey, can you hit him a pass?" So he throws the pass, which is impressive enough, and hits the guy in the middle of the back on the jet ski. He doesn't catch the ball, but he hits him with it, right? Which is pretty impressive. Some distance away on a fast moving jet ski. Then he takes a drone and he puts the drone up in the air, and he makes him a bet, and he says, "I bet you can't hit this drone, and I'll give you 5 shots at it." So he puts the drone up in the air. The drone has got to be, I don't know, it looks like about 30, 40 yards, 50 yards maybe off the back of the boat. It's presumably an expensive drone, but when you got a $350 million yacht, who cares, right? But underneath is the guy on the jet ski anyways. And I think the drone had a camera on it because you'll see it. And Brady throws a bullet and absolutely hits the drone. Unbelievable. Knocks it down, puts it in the ocean. The guy grabs it. But you know, he makes it look like, but how many footballs did that son of a bitch throw since he was like 8? I mean, how many footballs? How many golf balls have these guys hit? How many free throws have they hit? Um, I can't tell you how many trades I've made. A shitload. Can I trade like Tom Brady? I don't think so. I do just fine. I can get done. I'm not saying that I'm the Tom Brady of trading or that you're going to be the Tom Brady. You don't have to be. You don't have to be. Well, again, you come back to what what you want. 20 trading days, $100 a day, an extra $2,000 a month with that, for a little bit a day, a little bit a week. Will that have an impact? Does it need to be? Now, I have had some members like, Don, I can't, I can't trade just one mini contract because I can't even, it's not enough money to even hold my focus. It's just, it's not even coffee money to me. Okay. So that guy, he's in a different place. We have a few of them. And so but they know where it is. And so they're probably trading, 5 or 10 of these things. And that's comparable to someone else, maybe trading, a micro, but that's, all the power to them. These are the deepest, richest markets in the world, This quote on the S&P futures right here at 4466, your screen has it there. Our screen has it there. The guy in Chicago, the guy in New York, the guy in Singapore, the guy in Tokyo, the guy in London, the young lady in a boat off of Monte Carlo, someplace in South Africa, Australia. They got the same quote. They got the same quote. They may be trading their money. They may be trading someone else's money. They may be trading the firm's money. They may have to trade hundreds of thousands of these things. They'd be like, man, honey, I only made the firm $10 million today. What a grind. I mean, and they do it so much, so they don't even think about the money. Nor should you. Nor do we. We don't. This is what we did here. I don't know what I'm going to do next week. I don't know what this strategy is going to do. Now I am on pace, right? I mean, the strategy says over the last 4 weeks we did, it would be about 20 grand. And we're on pace for that. We're on pace for it on 1 week, here. And then I had a member just send an email. He saw the note, say, "Hey, Don, have you run this on another market?" I haven't yet. I haven't had the time. I don't want to confuse the data. How might this run with oil? I don't know. I don't know yet. How would it run with oil or on the Russell or with coffee or with, I don't know. I don't know. How would it run? I'm running it on a classic Renko chart. How might it run on range bars? How might it run on, line break? I don't know. Don't know. Haven't even had the chance to do any back testing on it. Don't know. It would take me at least the rest of the summer to begin to vet out some of those questions, me alone. It would take me that long. So what do I do? Do I sit on a decent beta strategy and wait for us to get it further? Or do I do what we've routinely done for our members? We've done this from the beginning. and I discussed this with Susan. Brutally frank. So these strategies have a developmental stage. And that developmental stage could be, it's not just days, it's weeks, it could be months. So do I just sit on them? I don't think that'd be right. But if I can tell everyone, this is in developmental stage, this is what we're trying to do, and, be aware of this, be aware of that, this is what we've learned, and run it. You can run it as a developmental stage yourself or operational stage, but just be careful. And then ultimately, once it passes muster, and we'll get, then my learning curve will be improved too, because everybody will be saying, well, what about this, Don? What about that? What if we do this? What do we do that? And then we all got a base level of trading already established. Everyone's been through the Q school. Everyone understands what a profit factor is. Everyone understands, the off hours, they understand all that. And then we get something that is, fully operational, fully vetted, and goes into the library. I use those words because I was listening to a podcast the other day, and I started to go down that road, and it was a fighter pilot who is in charge of the safety issues for fighter pilots. And he talked about when they were developing aircraft now that are in what they call development stages. And they would have certain recommendations about operating the aircraft when it was in a developmental stage. And then from that learning exercise, then they would try to put it into, an operational stage. But he said a lot of times that not the accidents, but the mishaps would happen when an aircraft, and he was describing the one with the tilt rotors, that thing, that when it was in a developmental stage, I think it was a group of, it was a Marine regiment, and they tried to put it into an operational phase and trying to improve or impress the brass, and they pushed the aircraft beyond its limits. It didn't end well. It ended on the ground with a big black mark and a whole lot of guys dead. These strategies, these trading robots, they have developmental stages. We can make some recommendations, but you got to be a little bit careful. I also need to be careful and caution everybody, make everyone aware, because then they're going to take them, members will take them, and they will begin to operate them. And I need them to be careful and to understand, because you can take something, like this particular strategy, I believe, could be wrong, but I believe we developed it with the idea in mind of it running really slow. I was tempted to call it the turtle, but there is something called turtle traders, and this isn't the turtle. So I didn't want to use that name. So, we stayed with stinger. It's a golf term. Tiger Woods has that stinger shot. And so it's a very specific shot with like a 2-iron. Or actually, you know what it was? Is he called the zing? Yeah, stinger, the stinger. So that is the idea. But you got to be careful, because you could take a strategy, or just like taking an aircraft and try to get it to do something and maybe it wasn't really intended to do. And if that's what you want to do, that's fine. That's what you want to do, but it doesn't mean that the aircraft is going to do it, or is the strategy going to do it. And that's why I explain all that, take the time to explain all that. That's why we spend the time that we do during the Q school. Because you can see the challenges, maybe by having this conversation, by seeing this, the challenges or the challenges that I would have if we put this strategy on my website for sale and let any person that's blowing through buy the strategy. That wouldn't be right. It would not be right for them or for us. because they may not know how to operate the aircraft, you know. And that alone doesn't ensure success, but it can really help, obviously. Make sense? I hope so. So the strategy still hasn't, it's getting to be about 2:28. If I turn it off, I'll let you know. We'll probably take it to about 3 o'clock, 3:15. You know, a lot of times I'll share this with you. This is not something that comes out of a back test, but it's more anecdotal. But when a market is in a bullish state, a true bull state, Friday afternoons have a tendency to run up. They don't want to, for some reason, they don't want to be short going into the weekend. I'm very comfortable a lot of times being short over a weekend, but that's the old crash mentality of '08 and the .com. But a lot of times they're not. So the markets can have a tendency to run up. However, if we're in a bearish tilt in a bearish vein, a lot of times it's just the opposite. They don't want to be long over the weekend. So it's going to be a little interesting. We had some systems trigger on a swing basis, on an overnight basis, going out weeks or months, potentially. We had some systems triggering yesterday that the bears are coming out of hibernation. So this could be interesting here to see, even if we don't get any trades off it. I always find it'll be interesting to see how the market, I always want to see how a market, if I can, how it closes on a given day or on a given week. And a lot of times, if they're going to do this, it's usually by around 3:13, 3:14. And so if anybody got short yesterday in the hole a little bit or try to get ahead, they may have got, you know, squeezed here a little bit this morning, and then maybe they turn it down. We'll see. The VIX is still very, you know, very muted here though, right? And this is reflecting what's going on in the options market. So it doesn't feel like they're going to sell it down. It doesn't, but it'll be interesting, right? That isn't every Friday, right? There is something else too, called Mutual Fund Monday. There is a published study about this that in statistically over years, over decades, you'll do better. And that is, you buy the S&P on Thursday afternoon or Friday morning and sell it either on Monday morning or Monday afternoon. And you will do statistically so much better than buying and holding, you know, over decades. Why is that? There have been periods where it didn't work, but the thought is that you're rewarded if the world doesn't end over the weekend, and a lot of times the Wall Streeters, the nice guys that they are, they like to buy up the market on Thursday and Friday, knowing full well that the 401k from the working stiffs, us, the 401k money is coming in on Monday, and they like to mark it up and stuff the shit in their IRA accounts at a higher price and then get out. Nice guys, right? Just see where Alan Fink, is it Alan Fink? Well, the guy for BlackRock now is talking about, you know, Bitcoin being the new digital gold. That's enough to make, you know, make the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I've never been really, you know, I think there's a place for crypto. I don't want to get into that, but to hear him talking about it as digital gold would make me concerned. Those bastards. So, any case, if you have any other questions, we will be in the office. We're here because we want to be here, and this is what we do. I'm going to be in the office much of Saturday. I'm going to have my head buried in. I need to get some files out to Miklos. He's in Budapest, and he has renewed his annual, and we need to get his files out. We also want to get this new file out to all of our annual members. But so I'll be kicking around though, much of the weekend, in and out of the office, and we will take your phone call, you know, anytime. If we can answer it around trading, or if you want to send us an email, that's fine too. We're not set up for everybody. We're not saying this, everybody should be doing this. We're not set up necessarily for everyone. When it comes to monthly members, it's unlimited. When it comes to annual members, it is limited. It is. We're only going to issue so many licenses a year. We hit that number, then we have to wait until January. Last year, it was around November 1, then we had to wait until January. And we will Q school, we will only do, two to three. And we have a dedicated feed on that. And we would really like to, we do need to talk with you. If you're going to do the Q school, we do need to talk, at least, for a little bit over the phone so that we can schedule, discuss it. And I want you to feel comfortable with what we're going to ask you to do. And, for on both sides, we're going to spend quite a bit of time with each other. Not every minute of every day, not by any means. You will have spent more time maybe on YouTube than you will, but we would like to be able to spend, ideally, you'll have access to a live Zoom. You would have much more view than this. You'll have specific charts. You'll have other strategies to shadow, to mirror. And we would like to spend on average about an hour a day. We'll flex around your schedule and answer the questions that might be coming through to you as the market is doing whatever it's doing. Makes sense? This is certainly respectable, but we have had members present a profit factor for a week of over 80 and higher and higher. Those are certainly positive outliers, but you can do the math from there. If a person has a profit factor of 80 and their gross loss was $100, then their their profit is about 80 grand. I'm sorry, $100 would be 8,000. If it was $1,000, it'd be like 80 grand, right? So you can work it backwards. We're just trying to get, we need it to be above 1. If you're not above 1, you're a losing money machine. It's not going to make any money. It's going to be losing. We want to get it from 1 to 2. You're working really hard. You're putting shingles on a roof in the summertime. God forbid. Imagine that. Oh. But there are guys that are doing that. And that's 1 to 2 is very, very, very hard if you're doing it mechanically. If you from 2 to 3, we consider that average. Over 3, we consider that above average and a money-making machine. And there are going to be sometimes you're going to do 10 and 20 and 30 and for a week, and then you'll fall back to earth, and do 2.81 or, something less. Now, this is also a fully robotic 2.81. Even if it was 1.4 or 1.3, I still would have been very happy with it because it was fully robotic, right? So we're not as demanding on the machine as we would be on the profit factor if we're having to make the decision to go in and out. And the reason for that is, let's look at the profit factor. This is the back test. So the profit factor is 1.39 over 4 weeks, the way it tested. There's no guarantee that's going to do it, but that's fairly narrow. And then look at the percent profitable, 33%. Now the money was certainly good, right? 20 grand. So if the machine is doing that, that's one thing. But if you're having to mechanically, discretionary, you're trading, you're making a decision to get in and get out and get in, get in and get out, day after day after day. And you're running a profit factor of 1.39 and you're only winning 33%, you're losing 7 out of 10 times, you are going to be a wet noodle. You are going to feel so beat up, so exhausted, especially early on. It's really, really hard to do, especially if you don't know what that feels like. And especially if you're trying to win, 70 or 80% of the time. And it may be on a program or an approach that can't do that. There's certain approaches that just can't win like that. And you may be trying to do something that is just not possible. So when we're trading, when I'm making a decision to go in and out on my own, I cheat. I try not to trade more than 5 times in a day, no more than 5. So I keep it small, and ideally I want that profit factor at 2, 3 or higher. So I feel really good about it and I don't feel so beat up. But if the machine is doing it, then I just got to make sure that the machine doesn't quit on me. The power doesn't go off and doesn't, it doesn't flip me off, right? So it's a different mindset. And a different approach. We look at these, the 1 minute now, and it's now 2:40. So the 1 minute is rolling down. 53 minutes ago, you're up 4.25. 50 minutes ago, you're up 590, 53, 380. And it's beginning to roll down. You can see, you saw it begin to roll in, the selling roll in like a fog, off of Cape Cod, summertime fog rolling in, and San Francisco Bay. And it's starting to roll in. Is it going to be enough to push the 5 minute over? It might. I'd like to see that happen. If it's going to happen, I'd like to see it happen around, by 3:10, 3:13, if it's going to do it. I don't know if the Stinger, I don't think the Stinger has enough time to get another trade in. It's not trading swing machine, right? So it may not. And I'm not going to, change gears at this point, with a couple hours to go. I'm not going to do that. Oil, big move on oil. There was a big move in gold, and it pulled back. The swing machine is a great tool if you want to do some hedging of how might you hedge. You can trade the NASDAQ mini and then hedge the NASDAQ using micros on a competing time frame. That's really interesting. You can hedge using different markets, trade the dollar and the euro, hedging each other. That can be a really great tool, great way to go. Swing machine can do it. Again, swing machine is just one of about 70 tools. It can be automated, it can be semi-automated, but there's a lot of buttons. I was watching something else. I don't even know why. I say I'm not a pilot, but I, sometimes watching those podcasts, and they were talking about how they teach the younger kids, and they have a mock-up of a cockpit, and they just have to teach the kids all the different switches. So before they get in the cockpit, before they even get in a plane or even into a simulator, just like what's important, what isn't important, what is what. How many people just, work their whole life, maybe they got, 250 grand, 300 grand, an IRA account, open up a Schwab account or an E-Trade account, and then, start, read a book or two on Steve Neeson's candles and start buying and selling some shit. Ugh, not good. Not good. It's not going to have a good outcome. It isn't. Of course, you're only going to hear about the good, right? we tell you and we share with you, we made those mistakes. We made a lot of mistakes. And in the Q School, we share those mistakes because we don't want you to make them. We're not presenting ourselves as we're good little traders now, but it wasn't always the case, right? We learned. It was hard. It was painful sometimes, painful. It's embarrassing actually I'm not going to say it on YouTube, but we do in the Q School videos. Some of the mistakes I made were absolutely, my background were embarrassingly bad. Don't want you to make those. So I spent a lot of time just, vetting that out. You will have your own trading personality. I'm not out to change it. I want to try to work with it. I want to try to understand what it is because it's not going to change a whole lot. And we have so many other tools. We'll try to fit it around your strategy or around your personality. It seems to work out better that way. So we're still getting some pressure down here, and you can see it. I would really like to see that VIX though ripping up, and it isn't. So the VIX is still muted. So I'm not so sure that this thing's going to last. And if the machine does pick off a trade, if it does, especially if it's on the long side, I may be very quick to, to kill it. It would be the last trade of the day, right? And the last trade of the week. You got to be careful about making that last ski run, right? If the skiers that are out there, a lot of times you don't even want to make that last ski run. So we get much past 3, I'll turn it off. That's how you can get hurt. You don't like to, you're tired, you run down, maybe skiing, and you say, "Hey, you want to make one more run, Susan?" I'm like, nah, I don't think so. We'll go back to the house and have a hot chocolate. Or, you played golf all day, you played really, really well, and then, you get a double bogey on the last hole. That sucks. And you don't, all you think about is the double bogey. So we don't want to have a bogey on a Friday afternoon. We've had a nice week. Okay, so the 5 minutes are still, the VIX is still short on the 5 minute, and the 5 minute is just in a dip, just in a dip. The Dow is trying to go, and I don't even trade the Dow that much, if at all. Susan likes to trade it, but I don't trade it much. But it's turning down. We can lose that marker here. I put that in manually, but the Russell. I'm still not so sure that I think that we're going to sell down hard here. I'm a little suspect of that, especially with the VIX here. Mm, we'll see. At least the VIX isn't leading. A little odd that oil has been showing some strength here, some pretty good strength here, in the last few days. So it looks like it's headed to 75, might be headed higher. And what's that all about? It's hard to say. Well, that startled me there for a minute. My office was nice and quiet, and so the strategy just fired along. See that up here? So I did not put that in. This will be the last trade. Geez, pretty close here, but we'll stay with it. It's not really what I'd want to be doing manually here, right? So it's always a leap of faith. But we're not going to let it go crazy here at the end. So this will be our last trade. Let's see if we can get a little something out of it. And we'll see what it goes off and does here. It's not like we don't have a little margin to work with here for the week, right? So we can afford a little risk here. Now, it is not trading swing machine, right? So there's nothing on swing machine that would have me go long, really. So it's doing something different. So the 5 minute on swing machine is still long. So if this sell-off can dissipate and start to all those that got short feel as though they want to cover going into the weekend, then we could get a really nice pop here. And maybe that's what it's picking up on. So Okay, it's straight up 3 o'clock, and let's see what they're going to do here. Usually by around not even 3:15, 3:13 or so thereabouts, we'll usually have a pretty good idea. I'm inclined to think they're going to rally still. I don't see any indication from the VIX that they're going to sell off. I know the Dow is short in here though. This is on Swing Machine. We're not trading Swing. The machine has got it. The machine is prepared to kill that trade and go flat. So I'm going to try not to intervene. It will be our last trade of the day and of the week. So might be a bogey, but okay, so Swing Machine on the 5 minute just lost its long position, and same thing on the ES. So this guy could struggle, but let's clean those off, and for that matter, we'll just clean these off here. And again, and we're looking at the VIX. The VIX is still short, so I still have my doubts about a sell-off here. 305. I still think this machine's got a shot of getting a nice trade off, but we'll see if it's got an exit programmed into it, so I should be all right, but I don't want to give up too much ground here on the last shot of the day, the last run of the day in the week. What I would do here is, we've had a dry down of 290. So if we can get profitable 290, 300, you know what, I'd be like a risk reward basis. That'd be just fine. And I'd probably take that $300 and call it a day. But let's see if we can get out. It hasn't been profitable yet. And Swing Machine looks ominous here. Looks ominous, and the clock at 3:06. This thing could get ugly here. Oops. So the 5 minutes confirmed short here on Swing Machine at 3:05 and 3:05, 2:45 here. Russell's yet to go. It's been the strongest one all day. So we'll see what it does. Okay, yeah, and you can see the 83 minutes ago, this is certainly $500, 80 minutes ago, almost 1,083, it was 83 minutes ago, that precise, I think if I got that money, I made that trade, I'd probably just take it. But The VIX is not showing much concern here. So I'm not so sure. I don't want to influence anybody. We're not suggesting trades here. I'm just kind of offering an observation just here at the end of the day. This is the last trade of the machine. I'd like for the robot to finish on a high note. Maybe we pick up 300-400 and round off a $5,000 profit for the week. That'd be sweet. And a profit factor over 3. If it drops too far, though, it doesn't have a money stop loss, but it does have a technical exit, and it will take it. We're getting some bad weather right here, right now. So if we do, lose power, this thing will go dark. It won't be me doing it. We got a bad storm overhead. So what I need, the strategy is doing its thing, but I would like to see, I don't like to see swing machine against it. So I need to see some buying on the 1 minute ES and NQ. If we can get some buying to show up, it'll show up. And here's a little trailing stops. Need them to start turning green. Here it is right here. If we can get that to turn up, and if I could see at least a 1 minute rally, well, then we could, we could pick up, $1,000 here. But it's uncomfortable for me to even watch this, the stinger when he's against swing machine. I don't like that, but we're not trading swing machine. So we'll see how it plays out. Again, we got a bad lightning storm, so fingers crossed that power stays up. So we'll just comment here, not knowing how it's going to play out here. We only get less than an hour left, which you really don't want to be in trying to do and certainly don't want to be trying to make your money for the week on the last, Friday afternoon. That's not good. But if a person did take it at 149, they're up 575, 152, they're up almost 1,000, 149, 500. All of you were here to see that roll in. I'd like to see it roll back out. If it is, we need to see some buying in here. And who is buying it, right? I mean, not that we ask that question. You don't want to ask. That's a rational question. You don't want to ask yourself any rational questions. This is irrational. It's machines. It's their trailing stops. It's their systems. So when you see buying, it isn't, Ma and Pa Kettle buying more shares of Apple on Friday afternoon. Yeah. Remember Ma and Pa Kettle? I'm dating myself. Probably we got some folks. Who the hell is Ma and Pa Kettle? Or in Caddyshack. Remember the two old the old couple? Boy, honey, you are playing now. Remember that scene? Miss Havisham, the Havishams. Wow, what a shot! Buying 50 shares of Apple on Friday afternoon. Okay, it isn't going to cut it, but they're playing the Havishams. This whole market is full of the Havishams. God love them. They're gonna get. I see. I know what's coming. I'm not saying it's going to be here Monday. I'm not saying it's going to be here in August, but it's probably going to be here in the fall. And the Havishams are going to get smoked. Absolutely smoked. That I know. And they will be wanging and they will be crying crocodile turds and it'll be painful. And I'm sorry for the Havishams, but the Havishams had an entire lifetime to learn how the game is played. and no one's going to play the game. No one's going to play the game as hard as you when it's your money, your time on the line. They will get smoked. They have no idea. The NASDAQ, kind of dating myself, but the NASDAQ, I thought in 1998, even certainly 98, 99, I thought the NASDAQ to be in a bubble and started to take steps then to protect. It continued further than I ever dreamed. And I remember it was kind of a feint. It turned down in 99 and then it rallied back. And then in March of 2000, I think the NASDAQ just got up over 5,000. And I'm like, I think it's over. I really did. I kind of thought, I was like, okay, well, I think it's over. And, we had the Berlin Wall coming down. We had the prospect of internet. Pfizer had just launched Viagra. I mean, there was a lot of things going on, a lot of companies. Okay, so this thing is turning down. The machine still got that strategy up there, so I don't want to donate too much here. Let's see if it's going to take it. The average loser we've had this week is about $600, so it could be a hit here. Yeah, no. I'm gonna try to stay with it here a little bit. And 9 months later, the NASDAQ was down 90%. 90%. Now you could look at a chart, you could look at whatever, and we weren't totally unscathed, but you have to put yourself there. If you weren't there at the time, put your account, your whole portfolio down 90% and tell me how you would feel. I mean, it was brutal, right? Brutal. Now we didn't get hit like that, but it was still, people were brutalized. And even today, nobody can explain why it did what it did. Oh, you can say, oh, it was a bubble, it was this. Yeah, but why? Why did it do what it did? And they will disagree. And then 08, just that 08 was over, quicker than than when it started. So could these markets go down 90%? Yeah, absolutely they could. And in fact, I would say that they probably would do it much, much faster because of technology. I think it would be probably like a banking holiday, like market close for a couple of weeks, and then it'll be over. I said, well, woulda, coulda, shoulda. Um, the NASDAQ is at 15,000. 15,000. I mean, what would a 50% haircut takes you down to 7,500? I think it's still ridiculous. Partly too, why is this? We have fewer companies. This is the shell game that's played, right? In 2000, there were 7,500 public companies. Today, there are less than, I think, like 4,000. There's not that many. So we got all this money printing, all this money available, chasing very, very few shares. Everyone's in the same game, Also starting to read about how everybody got into the Airbnb business, right? Buying second homes, third homes, and going to become the next Hilton. There's a lot of froth in that market. That's probably, going to be, but that's another story for another time. But and there's a lot of people in this market that didn't experience the .com, didn't experience '08. Not only did we experience the .com in the '08, I experienced, I'm that old, I didn't have as much at risk, but the '87 crash, the S&P fell 22% in a day. In one day. Now, that can't happen here because they would close the market. It wouldn't be as reassuring, but it could happen over a couple of days. So 10% would be 400 points, and 20%, that'd be 800. That'd be about 1,000 points on the S&P futures in a day, a couple of days. Could that happen? Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, we were down to 2,100 at the bottom of the depths of the COVID bailout when they started, giving everybody free money again. Are they going to do that again? I don't think so. I don't think so. And a lot's being written about now that it's the retail crowd that's in this market now, which is historically always usually ends very poorly. They didn't get involved in '08 because they got stung from the .com. And then, they didn't even get involved in COVID, but they're in now because they just like, I can't stand it. I'm getting in. And that's usually, the end. We're closer to it. Most markets will retrace 50%. So that would put us down around 2,100, 2,200. And I think that it's just when we get there, how fast are we going when we get there? And do they panic? I think they will. And that's why I think it'll take us even, down 70, 80, 90% when it does go. There'll be some sort of story around it. It'll capture the imagination and the panic. All right, so we're going to take one on the chin here. Swing Machine did well. Strategy isn't. I'm watching it still taking it. I don't. But this is dissipating. Let's see if we can limit. "98 minutes ago, you would have seen it. That was at 149. There it is. Now, if you took that trade and you made $200-$300, I'm not saying on YouTube, right? And that's not why we're doing that. But if you were a member and you made your money, good. Congratulations. You got your money. Maybe you made 300, 400, 500. Maybe on this one, maybe you don't have all 13, 1,400. Maybe you made 500, 700. Okay, good. You're not going to get it all. That would be good. If you're doing it mechanically and just trying to get, you're somewhere's underneath 4 or 5 trades a day, 2 or 3 trades. Strategy is holding on to this, but we're running out of time here at 325. Now look at the VIX. The VIX is now starting to respond to the market, and the VIX is starting to rise. That's not so good. See it here? The buying in the VIX. They're starting to get a little bit spooked here going into the weekend. So maybe those people that were selling the other day, that was professional selling. They were selling really hard. Then the dip buyers came in today and like, oh, there's no bear market. There's no selling. I'm going to go buy it. I'm buying it. Like, okay. And now comes the other shoe. And they kind of take it down again. They do it in steps. And then they pull the plug. Okay, I was getting very close to killing it, and the machine did kill it. So we're out, and we got stung on the last run of the day, but that's okay. We were very, very so close to to closing it, and that order came in. Really, we got a little greedy and got stung. Let's take a look at swing though. And we're back at the 5 minute level. Now there won't be any more 5 minute. We just don't have enough time left. So we'll just kind of mark it up and we can watch it together and see what. So the 5 minute interval, which is the ideal interval, it went short at 3:05. We set around, usually by 3:13, they've made their decision. And I probably should have intervened on the strategy earlier, and but that's okay. And then this one was at 2:45. This was earlier. The Russell is still stronger to the other markets. A little odd. We still could come bouncing back, but we're done. The strategy is off. We won't trade anymore. We're gonna finish, at about 3,600, and the profit factor will be down. Totally fine. Not going to beat myself up over that. No, I don't beat myself up over any of these trades. And so we'll see how they finish. If you have any questions, let us know. We'll let you watch the close. Yeah, we finished the week with 3,518, a profit factor of 1.95, 11 trades was that last one, winning percentage 54%, average winning trade 1,200, average losing trade 739. The largest losing trade was that last one. That always, that figures, right? 1132. That was our largest losing trade. We traded for 4 days, 11 hours and 58 seconds. Percent of time in the market, we were in the market 68% of the time. And what else can I tell you? Average time in trades was 6 hours and 40 minutes. So not a high frequency trader at all, right? So you'd have to, adjust your mindset to trade this thing. Average time between trades is 3 hours. So this is, really, really slow. Now, if we do in fact accelerate into the close, and we could see a rise in the VIX, this could set up for a very ugly Monday. There might be something over the weekend coming, and in the beginning of next week. The market spoke very loud to us. Remember what we said, right? When the market was all green early this morning, we said to everybody on YouTube here that our systems on a daily basis, on a swing basis, going out days, going out weeks, going out months, out to our members, the market sent a signal yesterday to get on out of here. And that despite the run up this morning, that was just a little zephyr, and that probably not going to amount to much. So we might see whoever was doing the selling, yesterday, they might be right back here and getting out of the way. So next week looks, we still want to see how this closes. How machines leave their positions at the end of the day, at the end of the week, because behind these machines, there are people making decisions and, where they want to leave their money parked when their head hits the pillow or when they hit their vacation home up in Lake Winnipesaukee or wherever they are, the Hamptons will signal a lot. And you can either heed that signal or you can ignore it at one's peril. But I think this market on a daily, let me just show while we're here. Here's swing machine on the ES. This is what I'm talking about. Let's put this VIX on an hourly. All right, so the VIX actually went short 4 hours ago. I'm a little surprised with that, but let's put the ES back on an hourly. Let's see if that hourly signal is still there. It isn't. Okay, so 3 hours ago it did go long. It had been short, so I'm a little surprised. We'll throw that back to a 5. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ on an hourly. Did it get sucked into a long? Yeah, it did too 4 hours ago. Okay, they had been short. So that was a pretty good rally this morning. I think that sucked in a lot. Let's see how this thing closes out. We still think that, on a daily basis, the VIX is really poised for a sharp move up. And we still think these markets are really set up for a big comeback. Intraday is intraday, right? So it doesn't really matter to us, when it comes Monday, Tuesday, next week, Wednesday, we'll come back in, probably still with the stinger. Maybe we'll be doing something else, but we'll still have it and just, trading the markets right here, right in front of us. 24 trading days in a month. Take Fridays off. They're $2,100 a day. You know the drill. 2,000, 4,000. Just got to be patient. 1,100, 2 grand, 2 grand. So 1 minute, 900, 280. Take your profits on the goal. You don't have to short it, but at least get your profit out. Same thing with the oil trade. This thing's getting ugly. They got all they do to get this market closed. Public markets close at 4. Watch the futures from 4 to 4:15. Futures will stay open till 4 to 4:15. Then they'll go take a leak from 4:15 to 4:30. Then they open back up at 4:30, and the public has gone home. And then they may position themselves between 4:30 and 5. They held them here. They could take these things down hard. They really could. And then take them down again on Sunday night and trap the public. They were given a warning yesterday, but they wait, right? And they're motivated by greed. They want to get it all. They take an incredible risk to get an additional 1 or 2% out of this market, 2 or 3%. They're risking 10%. You don't do that. You do not risk, $5 to make $1. Well, we know that, right? That doesn't work. The problem is with this market, and the problem for the retail is they're in here and they don't know why. And they don't know how. So when it comes time to get out, why would I get out? How do I get out? And then what do I do? So I'll do nothing. Why? Well, it always comes back. Okay. Well, that has been the case, right? When the market is at its all-time highs, everybody's a genius. Everybody who has bought the S&P 500 all the way back to, the founding fathers, including all the dead people, they're all geniuses. They all bought and hold, and they're all up. That makes me nervous. Because guess what? They're not. You know it. I know it. They're not. They were setting fireworks off behind my house. I know. Those are them. That's the crowd. Nothing against fireworks. So they will sit, and they're greedy. They're greedy little buggers. What time did this start? Remember when it was about quarter of 3, and I said usually it's about 10 past 3, 3:13, not 3:15, not 3:20, not 3:30. Usually by 3:13. Came in at 3:05, 3:05. You know why? Because when we had the sell-off the other day, and it was the first big sell-off, what happened was a lot of people move into the market and get short in a big way. And they're overly short, they're overly extended. And the market players know this. So what do? They squeeze them. And they run the market up and catch them short. And they run it up and they run it up and they run it up. At 3 o'clock, those people have had a decision to make. They either put more money in their account, or they close out, or the brokerages will close them out. It's the so-called margin call, and they close them out. And it usually happens by 3. And then right after that, they take the bitch down. And everybody who was short yesterday and then short this morning, they're all like, oh man, I knew it. Oh man, I was short. I should have just stayed. Oh man, oh my God. All that emotion, they don't have it. The truth of the matter is they just don't have a chance in hell. I hope that's not you. I hope it isn't. Because if you got all that emotion and you're doing all that, you don't have a chance. You just don't. You can't be doing that. Do you think those guys flying those fighter planes, landing on those aircraft carriers, taking off and everything else, you think they have all kinds of emotion? They got ice running through those veins, right? And they're in one with that machine. They got confidence in that machine. The machine's got confidence in them. They got confidence in it, and they're just flying that son of a bitch. And they're going to get it down on the deck. Maybe on the first string, the first rope there, the first chain, what do they call it? What do they call that thing? Tow hook. And sometimes they miss and they got to fly it off and come back, right? If you're in that cockpit and you're shaking like a leaf, like I would be, I'm probably not going to do it. Probably not going to be able to do it. I mean, sweating like I wouldn't, I'd be nervous. You got to have a similar approach. Fortunately, we're not flying fighter jets, right? But I think it's a similar mentality. So, anywho. Still odd that well, wait a minute. We got this on the 60-minute. Let's put this back to a 5-minute. Yeah, it's rising against it. Yeah, a little bit. We lost our little map there. There we go. It is a good dang thing, though, that the machine got us out, right? I didn't like getting a little haircut there at the end, but we would have gotten more of that if we hadn't got out. So check out these 5 minutes, right? So you don't want to trade I don't want to trade that fast on. I don't want to trade a 1 minute. I want to trade the 5-minute. All right. 1,100, 1,000. This is $2,000 here. $2,000. We were up $2,000. We were on the long side this morning. Look at this thing bleed out. This market's in trouble. I'm telling you, it is. It is. We can get some nasty sell-offs in July. Reminiscent of 2013. I think they have taken this down. Again, we have something called the Nicholas timing model. Our members know this. It triggered short 1 or 2 days ago. I think 24, 36 hours ago. It's really, really good. And it had been long since look at the VIX now. Look, see the VIX now responding. Now it's going long. So that question's been answered. So we get rid of that. So, trouble. You get to see it real time. You're on delay, but Now, did we get any of this or all of this? Right? We have options on, right? So we trade. We're diversified. So Susie and I we're participating, right? Did I like the run up this morning? No, I didn't like it. Was I concerned? No, I wasn't concerned. But we did what we did here. It was a different style of trading, and we did. We don't have this on, but we got other stuff on. We're participating. We're okay. I'm not going to get it all. I'm not going to get every single trade. I don't need to. Have very our objectives are fairly modest. I don't have to over leverage. I got all the time in the world. But you're looking at $1,000, $3,000, or $4,000 or $5,000 in less than an hour. It's again, it put you you know, over the target. Maybe you were looking at something else, right? And we're okay. When we go through the Q school, we show you all these other horizon views that you can look at. Right now we just keep it on Swing Machine, but we get these other views that you can see that make it even easier. It gets hopefully easier and easier and easier. If Tina's still with us, maybe Tina had that little trade this morning where she took her $1,200 and that was it. Maybe she didn't do anything the rest of the day. That'd be just fine. Made her money. If you had played the 1 minute and you said, hey, in the last hour of the day, I want to stay real nimble. I want to be real. I want to trade really fast. Maybe that. And look at the VIX going up, right? Fear is coming in a little late. 1800, 128 minutes ago. At what price? 4471.25 at 149. We were here together. 125, $3,000. Right? We would be down that much if we stuck around. We didn't stick around. I said even at the time, I don't like the fact that the strategy got, in a position against swing. But that's fine, In this case, swing machine came out on top. We get out of the way. Get out of the way. 1,300. So do the math. 2 grand, 5 grand, 6,300, $7,000 in fish. Your job is to get a little of it. Pick one of the markets. Pick a leverage that it's comfortable to you. Get your 2 or 300, your 400, your 500. Then do you have the discipline, the self-discipline? That's enough. No more ice cream for me. Push away. Don't try to get it all. $1,400, 2,400, 1,000, 180, 170, 1,100. Very ugly finish. Very ugly. I think it's going to be ugly Sunday night too. We'll see. Historically, not normal. Usually they'll run it up on Mondays and everything, but I don't like what I'm seeing in the last few days. Well, namely, Nicholas fired short for us, which is a very good tool. you guys don't see that, but he went short the other day on July 6th, yesterday at 5 p.m. And so that's very important. Also, we're seeing an advance in gold. We're seeing an advance in oil. A little disappointed that we're not seeing the Russell sell down. I'd like to see the Russell sell down, and it hasn't been. The VIX, though, is just the market is overly complacent at this point. If we get a VIX, just go to back to normal around 22, this market could be down, 10%, back down to 4,000. So we wish everyone the best. We want to say thank you for those of you that stopped by on YouTube. We'll let this run until 4:15. I may not be back though. If you have any questions, you're welcome to sing out. I got to take Ted to the park, and it's been a fun week. We won't, our monthly members don't get a live Zoom feed. We just can't do that, but our annual members do. And of course, the Q School get their own Zoom feed, and we're, taking these things all apart and doing a whole bunch of different things. The YouTube, we're a little more active with YouTube during the summer months when we're during the slow time. But if you have any questions, just let us know. Have a great weekend, everybody, and thanks for stopping by.